Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's broadcast. Tonight we're going to be doing some preliminary game dev. Start trying to make some of our own stuff, see how that works out. Now, as we said in the last one, well, our intro is we're still new to this. We're still getting used to the Godot engine. And so there's going to be some bumps to this, and there's going to be some learning involved, but you can do that along with us. Before we get too much further into it, let's do a catch check. All of them seem to be missing right now. I mean, I know where Ember is, I know where Sky is. They're just off camera. You can just see for the wide format folks on the right, we have Sky's paws in the left of the camera. And Ember is on my lap. Let's see if we can spot anybody else. We'll zoom in. Switch over to is this camera 2. You can see Sky's paws there on the left. I'm thinking of a way to change how scene transitions work so that there doesn't have to be the double twitch there. I might be able to get away with just a single load that could be faster. We'll see how that works out. Let's see, can we find anybody else? Nobody there. There. Perhaps we can spot Sammy in this one. Nope. Oh, wait. Top center. Can you see those paws? Those little tuxy paws? Yeah. Hello, NEG. Let me fix that. Sorry about that. Is it working better now, NEG? I forgot one of my steps. I have to cycle the audio each time I start a stream, because otherwise it will get all scrambly. We were just hunting kitties. We're gonna put it here since most likely this is where Ember will go. It's not 100%. So I'm starting out some coding on a game here in EG. I wanted to see if I could make my own Survivor style game, your Bullet Heaven style game. So we're gonna be working with that. Let's see if I can get this. Let me pull this up. Sneeze from Ember. Once I get it working, I'll probably make it available on the Discord and see what people think. But yeah, for those that that watch Noida, here is the very blurry zoomed in version. This is the original Nyanite. I will make a version that is more of the that is more meant to represent a catbot, so it'll lack the collar light and the tail light. A pre-remodel Nyanite, sorry, and this being a post-remodel catbot. He's dodging camera again. Absolutely dodging camera. Just before that camera loaded, Sky was there. I know where he went, though. We'll find him. Oh, not that one. Wrong tree. Running one of my air filters a lot louder, so the cats are a bit disconcerted by the noise. And for the most part, it's silent down here otherwise. All right. So, what we have already. One of the things I didn't like in the tutorial project was everything was like glommed into one. Was glommed into the game scene. So the main menu, that kind of thing was all handled by the game screen logic. So I'm moving away from that. I've got the core object here to act as like a driver between them. And it'll determine which of the major scenes are visible. And like the game scene will only have... Oh, that's a lot louder than it should be. Bump that one down a little bit. So what we're going to have is we're going to have like pause menu will be on the game screen kind of stuff. So if we run it now, this is as far as we've got at the moment. It's not terribly impressive, but if I press exit, it exits. Here's our main menu handling logic. Main menu, when the buttons are pressed, will emit start game and exit game logic. At the moment, I'll show you this. I'll have to kill it when I do this, but if I press start, nothing is happening at the moment. So we show the main menu, and if I do start game, we're going to do... We're just going to hide the main menu. Main menu goes away. And then we kill it because I have no logic to remove it yet. Let's see. Project settings. So again, we're trying to make a survivor style game, which means first I have to make sure that everything is running. Sorry if I get distracted. Hey there, Dark. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. We are just getting started with some game dev. And hello, Squishy. Let's see, where was this? I thought this was in here. Entering physics. Maybe not. Oh, input map. Here we go. Action. This is... Yeah, what I've done, Dark, is I'm running both. I'm running on Twitch, I'm running on YouTube, and then I have a second stream on YouTube that's in short format, so that it's potentially easier to see on some folks' phone for those used to ad hoc streaming platforms like TikTok. So there are technically 3 streams running right now. 2 to YouTube, 1 to Twitch. Okay, so if we press escape, we're going to emit an escape press event. So then if I go to main menu, how do we do that? Like an input handler. I'm essentially trying to go through and think through, try to interpret what we're dealing with here before I dig around in the documentation. Not because that's not a good thing to do as a programmer. There are folks that assume that when you're doing coding, that when you're programming, that you would have everything memorized and you would never need the coding help in an IDE, and you would never need to look up any logic. That is wrong. That is entirely wrong. You should be looking up stuff constantly. Verify what other people have done, how it works, what the exact syntax is, that kind of thing. So we're not doing that. What we're trying to do is figure out, can I see in the UI something that is supposed to be obviously helping me before we try rooting around on the internet. Main menu. It's a group event. Do we input? Yeah, okay. I think that's it. Okay, let's verify. I'm not sure if that's it. Input. Switch over to dark mode so it doesn't burn my eyes out. Input event. Okay. Input map. Yeah, here we go. That's process, but I don't like that. So if we put it like this, what this is going to do is every time the game tries to update the logic, potentially multiple times per frame, it's going to check and see if the UI, if the escape key has been pressed. Don't like that. So we could have an input event. control GUI input. Okay, it is GUI input. GUI. Okay, so main menu is going to connect on GUI input. And it's going to say, is it, it's the event handling on it. Here we go. Input event key. That be it? Star as input and action to event. So if it's one of these, we're going to cast it into a variable that is explicitly one of those, so we should be able to access it. Oh. Doesn't use an if-then syntax, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Can we get it through this? Is action pressed? Is action escape press? Because we don't care that it's pressed. The escape press should only happen if the key is pressed. So if we go over to our project settings here, and despite the fact that I'm rambling about code, feel free to ask me any questions or anything like that, chat. I got time. Yeah, so this isn't necessarily press. This is just the key event. Is action pressed? We'll keep up with that. We'll emit the exit game signal when escape is pressed here. So, signal that. There was some trick to that. Oh, that was the wrong thing. I should have hit stop here. I crashed the program that was running. Okay. PD script, strong typing. maximize that because... Hello, Mason. Okay, it's not as... This... There we go. Okay, so in this case, it's declare the variable as explicitly an input action event. So the script is now going to want it to be that, and it's going to act in all subsequent points as if it is. If you try to put it in, if I were to try to set something that isn't one of these in there, we would get an error. That's good practice. I like that practice in general. Okay, so we run this, press escape, it doesn't work. Okay, but let's do that. Every time I'm pressing F5 to refresh it, it's detecting GUI input. It's not detecting an escape press here. What are we doing wrong? Is it not an input event action? Favorite and least favorite engine. Okay, so way back, I did try, I can't remember what exactly it was called, but Microsoft had a graphics engine that that they put out. I tried to do some coding in that. I've also tried to code directly in OpenGL and C++. I would say those are my least favorite because it's the trickiest. It's why Unreal Engine is not a great choice unless you are very confident in your coding practices, or you want to become very confident in your coding practices. Because C and C++ are a good way to blow your foot off. They're very powerful. It gives you a lot of control. But they're very powerful, and it gives you a lot of control. My favorite so far has actually been the potential of this. I haven't tried Vulkan. I have not tried Vulkan. Really, my experience in this is I've dabbled in Unity, and I've dabbled in this. And sometime back, I tried to do some basic graphics engine stuff. I've even messed with like RPG Maker, but that's a very limited stuff thing. Got to ban somebody. One moment. Ooh. Oh, okay. That. Oh. Never tried Scratch. Part of this is that I'm really just getting into some of this. I used to code professionally, but that's been a bit. And I've always wanted to mess with this, but I've never gotten past the like poke something with a stick stage of game development. For the most part, though, in general, a majority of graphics engines oriented towards games, many of them can accomplish the same thing, especially if you're doing like not photorealistic graphics editing kind of stuff. Hey there, edits. Welcome. Welcome. Let's console output. Else in Godot. Yes. About a debug. Print debug. Okay. Oh. Hey there, Raptilos. Okay, I've discovered the problem before I started low-level debugging. This doesn't help. Actually, no. This shouldn't matter. But I'm doing this wrong. I need an if. Otherwise, every event signal would do that. So now... Not an escape press. Okay. Syntax. This is also a chatting stream, folks. I'm doing coding. If you want to just watch along with that or talk about what I'm doing, feel free. If you want to just chat, I have time to do that as well. We are tentatively making a Survivor-style game. All right. They're not input action events. Okay, well, that's going to cause a problem. Okay, so this won't work. With this, GUI input, but that would be handling it directly, wouldn't it? Or input action events. So maybe GUI input events are different. Assume I spelled that right. Yep, okay, input map. Input.parse input event. And node input. Okay, it's in node input. rid of that for a moment. Doesn't seem to be an input method here. But okay. No, it is. It's a fundamental event. Yeah. That's why. It's like process or, process fixed or any of those where that's built in. I don't have to register an event for that. Actions manually with input parse input event, which are then okay, so input event as input event to event section pressed, escape press, then signal exit game. Hello, Sky. Hello. All right. We're just in the preliminary stages right now. I'm just testing some stuff to get the menus rigged up. Oh, we're missing a cat. Ember is in her traditional spot, so let's switch over to her. Yeah. Okay. So if we register an event, it comes through here. And because I'm going to wire them into particular places, it should mitigate the handling or the complexity of the if blocks here. What's the matter, Mason? The kitties are restless. Okay. So now we have a game screen here. We have a tile map on it. So go into the inspector. Do a tile set here. Go set. Nope, hit that. There we go. Stacked. Be 16 by 16. Hey, come here. Come here, you. Troublemaker. Tile set bottom tab. Pull in that. Yes. for now. Okay. It's way too big. Hey there, barbed wire. Welcome back. How you doing? We're just getting started. Let's say 360 for now. Okay, yeah, that's why. 16 doesn't divide evenly into that, but that's not a problem. Go into scripting for We're going to make sure everything is controlled at the moment. What's the matter, Sky? Where are you? I'm not sure, Endog. Or Mario. I'm not sure where you might be, Mario. We're doing some light game dev. That first one that we did was the kind of the Godot Hello World equivalent. So this is a new one. We're going to try to make a Survivor style game, a Bullet Heaven style game. Sky is interfering, so delay by cat. That's the idea, Mario. That's the idea. So you can see Sky there. How he is sitting. His torso is draped right over near my mouse, which means I can't stop petting him, or he will grab said mouse and start doing stuff. Generally, click and drag. It's not like targeted, you know. He doesn't know what he's doing aside from the fact that he knows if he grabs the mouse and clicks at it, that will get my attention. So he's getting chin scratches. Lots of chin scratches. If you've come from my shorts or anything, this is why there are the pictures of the cats. They are always present on the stream, the lower left there. Um, and sometimes, like so. If you're watching through the short form view, then that's a little different. Short form view will generally look like how the shorts look. Making my wrist tired there, cat. Okay, so let's see here. So in core, we have a control for main menu. Yeah, I see. I do. Node 2D. So the game screen is a Node 2D. Now we can't. It's exactly barbed wire. He's got thoughts. He's remarkably dainty about how he eats. This will head somewhere. He will go over to the bowl, and he will grab 1 or 2 pieces of kibble in his mouth, and then he will take that piece of kibble, like 3 feet away from the bowl, and kind of crunch and shake it like he's killing the kibble, usually resulting in a good half of what he's got sprinkling to the ground. Eat that, and then go back for another couple kibble. When he has kibble, they get wet food in the morning. But since he's fond of the dry food, he tends to get kind of a very greasy chin. So he likes some kind of intense scratches. Makes my fingertips oily, but he seems to like the massaging. Let's see here. Okay, so game screen is a Node 2D. Then if we go in here and we say game screen is equal to sign. This is a get control by name thing. So that's game. Node. Not a Node 3D, 2D. So this is. So we're going to show the main menu, and we're going to game screen hide. So if we start, we hide the main menu and show the game screen. Good call, Tess. Good call. Zoom and enhance. That better? Oh, there are 2 views. There is another stream going that you can, if you want to use the widescreen view, there's one that is the same name without phone friendly. Yeah, YouTube is showing 2 different viewpoints. Okay. Main menu exit game will cause a tree.quit. In game object. We're going to bind a script to you. Okay. Function underscore input init input event. Then we do the same thing that we did over in core, that we did in main menu. I don't like duplicating this, but you know, it is what it is for now. So game is going to have a I wonder, can it also have a signal exit game? Will that cause a conflict? Okay, on main menu exit game. It'll have two. We'll add some internal functions to avoid some duplication of this. Before we go into node, game, we're going to connect that. Or do the same thing for now. So what we would actually, we're going to do okay, so main menu, we start, goes into the game screen, press escape. It pops out and kills the game, which it's not supposed to do. Oh. So else. Where did that go through? I have a thought. Start, press escape. Yes, okay. We need to determine if the particular tree is active. Because we don't want main menu handling input when it's not supposed to. Can I mean, ideally, I would be instantiating these entities as we go, but then I would lose the registration. I'd have to do that on the fly, which isn't out of the question, but I don't think I want to go down that rabbit hole just yet. That would require some additional reading and experimentation just yet. We do get tree is like get the whole entity. is visible. Let's go to into core. There's got to be a better way to prevent input handling to a particular method. So, get current node. Okay, self. Go into okay, we know that game is a node 2D. So we go in and we say var current node and say node 2D. Node is equal to self. Then if current node is it shouldn't matter. Okay, yeah, that forced it. That forced it. Set it here and set it as a node 2D. And then this is saying treat it as a node 2D. It's visible. That. It's the game. So put this in main menus input as well. Current node as a control. Okay, and we escape, it exits. Start and escape, it still blows up. It still blows up. Okay, so we start, go back to this, we can still see it's visible in tree. I think this is what is necessary. So if we hide you, press start, then we press escape. It's still catching it. It's still catching it. Let's double check. Start, escape. Yeah, it's still catching it here. It's not doing what we want. So this is still getting raised, even with this hide. So Is there a different handling I can do here? Let's disable a node. Hmm. Which is a scene. Okay, I think we have to set it's process mode. Okay. Okay. So in addition to showing it, hiding it, we have to set it so that it doesn't handle logic. Zoom out a little bit here. We want that to be game screen is disabled in this scenario. It said inherit. Is that the default? All right. We need a we could put a Boolean met in here, but this will make it explicit. Now, I could say this is a okay, node will work. Node is a node. sure I like this pattern, but meh. Okay, will this work? So we'll pass in main menu. I don't know that that'll actually be necessary. We'll find out. Game screen, hide the main menu. Exit game. Start, shows the game, press escape, still blows up. So if we go into main menus, GD script, we check exit game again. This, start, escape, still gets in there. I don't think it's going to be handling input when it's disabled like that. We'll pick this up in a second. I'll be right back. One moment, please. Settling back in. Alrighty, alright. Well, this shouldn't be necessary anymore because we know it doesn't work. So okay. The screen should be disabled. So it shouldn't be getting any process of it. Is it? Okay, no pings. Start. And we're getting pings. Okay. Okay. So we would prevent the static processing by doing this. But yeah. Okay. Set process false. Okay, let's try that. Luckily, we made subfunctions. So we can go up in these and mess with it. Process input. Let's just try this. Okay, this should kill that node while it's active. While this is the case. Hopefully. Hopefully. It's what we want to have happen. Press escape, it still exits. Press start. It still exits. Why? Okay, okay. Works there. Welcome to debugging. Aha! Okay, okay. So, each of these corresponds to some of the basic functions here. So, process false means this won't happen. This is the every frame handler. Then there is the input handler that the others are using. This will disable. Also need to make these subscenes. In a node. process input internal. What did they say? Handled input. Okay, you want to do all of these. All of these correspond to different types of methodology. Oh, okay. I'm still very much not a fan of this sort of structural pattern. Okay. So what we're going to do... We're going to do that thing I initially thought I didn't want to do, but we're going to do it. Can you show the main menu, hide the game screen? Ah. We have outwitted you, game, through gross repetition and bludgeoning. But like I said at the beginning, this is why you don't feel bad if you go looking stuff up, because every language has idiosyncrasies. Every circumstance potentially changes what you actually want to use for a particular code language. So there will be situations where you thought, you should use X, but because of the nuance of the circumstance, you should use Y. And you're probably going to bash your head up against the fact that you really thought you should be using X. That is absolutely the thing to use. But it's not till you go digging and you find out that people are telling others, hey, you don't use X here, you use Y. And it's fine to have to look that stuff up. Don't feel bad when that happens. That's how you learn. One of those things that you have to get over if you want to get into any sort of coding is recognize that you are not an encyclopedia of programming languages. and be okay with that. Okay. We have main menu. So now when I launch it, now I need to change that to stretch. Inspector. Might be a project setting. Window. Okay. Our primary screen. Stretch mode is, I think it's viewport. Oof. I don't like that. We'll fiddle with that. That's working as intended. But we need to go into our main menu. Yeah, there's our problem. Okay, in main menu. Yeah, there's our problem. So we go into our box container. Shrink you way down. Okay, it's 360. We're going to make those 36 tall. Okay, maybe not. Okay, why can I not edit these? Okay, so this VBox container is so that they stack on top of each other without me needing to individually position them. I don't actually need it. It was just kind of convenient, so... So we're going to go in and we're going to make you be 6 wide. That was 360. That should be... yeah, 360. 36 wide should be a tenth of it. Oh, but the text is keeping it bigger. That is in a theme override. Yeah, that's why it couldn't actually shrink any further. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. It's font size 15. Size is 36 by 30. Make them 60 wide. just for consistency. So now if we run it, aha. This would need to be adjusted for usability, but okay. Okay. Hey there, Rex. Well, I appreciate it. In any event, welcome back. You're all having a good day, chat. Making some headway. Making some headway. Okay. Main menu. So save branches seen. Okay, there we go. There we go. So now we can look at game as its own entity instead of having it be a full child of the core node. So it's encapsulated. There we go. Then I go into it. Say it has six frames by 4 frames. See him right there. This is a terrible background to use for the time being, but we'll deal with that. Also, to fiddle with the viewport further, we're using very small sprites. We're using 16 by 16 as our base size. So there's some messing with it to do. So, yeah, this is as many as 20 sprites across, and we don't need that. It's not too far off. It's just that they're so tiny that it changes things around. Interesting. Right, something fundamentally changed. scripting view. Okay. We're gonna do some quick checking here. So game screen is not visible. We're not getting any breaks. We start here. It is processing. So still getting all of its events as it should. Oh, okay. Okay, so we go back into core now. And if we look at core, okay, so this is exit game on game exit node. Yeah. Exit connect. Okay, so when I changed it into a subscene, it created a different entity. It was no longer the game node that it was, so this binding was broken. So if I go in now, I can start and I can escape again. That's what was going wrong. Okay. So we have the avatar in there. Sprite is visible. For those that haven't seen it, again, this is blurry, but let's see. He's doing his little jog and idle animations. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's his little bouncy marker. What can we do here? Sprite 2D, it's animation. It's not a frame, though. So this would be changing it so that it would be encapsulated as a series of images built in. Delete that. We'll resume showing you. Okay. Well, this lets me control with greater precision its animations, which isn't a terrible thing. If you want something to walk rationally, you have to control the frames instead of just having them cycle on their own. Okay. This is still fine. Let's set it to 0 there. So this is effectively a player object. So what we're going to do is we go into the project and do input map, add so left, right, up, down here. Left. And left. Right. Right. And up. So we're creating names for events that happen. So the WASD and the fixed arrow keys will all have the same names, essentially. So pressing arrow down is the same as pressing S in this circumstance. Okay, so if we go into Node 2D has okay, and then we lock it so that you're the only one that can be touched. Yeah. The node moves around. The player sprite does not. The player sprite only moves in relation to node 2D there. Okay, good, good. So if we go in and we're going to attach a script to this, we will make this a sub-entity in a moment. branch. This is part of game. Yeah. I feel like this should be under game, so. Folder, new folder, new folder. You can always move it around. So now I don't need to worry. It's the player object exists in the scene by itself. So I can go into player object here. You can see it has its sprite. Zero. You are at 0. Look back at game scene. So then we look at the player. We will crash the Godot engine. Not what I expected. Generally, it's not what you expect. Hey there, Arendrell. Welcome, welcome. I am the proto-nanotype, Arendrell. I guess Android is technically accurate. I would say droid is more accurate. Nanotypes are a autonomous domestic robot built by the Catbot Corporation as their new product line. They're so safe and effective that I was given the opportunity to take over and run the Nanotype factory all by myself, where everything is fine. Operating safely and efficiently. All the workers are fine. Okay, so we've got that object. We have the player object. We go into game. We have the player object here, which we can move around. Don't need to set that anymore. Okay, okay. So the player object is entirely visual. Huh. I haven't heard of it, Arendrell. Yeah, the lines under the eyes in a lot of robotic, cyborg, that kind of thing, kind of tropey. A lot of times facial lines like that are meant to represent circuitry or seams for things to pop open. But those lines under the eyes aren't lined up very well for either of those things. They just look cool. Yep. That's right, Tass. It is largely a shorthand for It's robotics or cybernetics with the face. Here, 1 second. I can show you that. Switch over to that one. Oop. Pointy teeth. Oh, I want this to work. Because the player sprite shouldn't be walking around by itself. I think the game should have control over moving the player around within. I feel like that's the way to go. They're entirely aesthetic. Like a waste disposal system. We're really good at ripping apart solid matter and then dissolving it into the internal nanovats. It's really effective stuff. Owners are reminded that it is inadvisable and in fact voids the warranty and any sort of liability if any sort of living flesh is inserted into a nanotype's mouth. Catbot Corporation waives all responsibility and legal and otherwise for physical damage that might result from this. Okay, so structural quandary here. The animations of the sprite are relevant. I do not have head pat set up for my VTuber. I mean, it's technically not a big leap. I could rig it up, but I just haven't. I think that's a default asset. I think that's a default asset. That. That's a default item. I could rig it up so that it can appear. Just never did that. You are free to assert it, Arendrell. And I appreciate the sentiment to patting the Nanotype. That cat is Ember. He is my smallest cat. Not the youngest, but the smallest. Let's see who's visible. So Ember is top center. Sky is upper left on little canvas bridge there. I can't say that you'll be able to tell the difference with the cameras in short form mode. But we have Ember across from my keyboard. We have Sky up on the canvas bridge. We have Sammy in the middle of the pillow, the little tuxie there. Then we have Mason up on the other cat tree next to the curtain. Not visible is Sherbet. See him anywhere? Hey there, 44. Only Ember's name was changed. All of the others still have their names from the shelter. Ember's name was changed because she was named when a bunch of children were volunteering at the shelter and got it in their heads to name every single cat a Minecraft thing. So Ember's name was going to be Glowstone, and I vetoed that. Otherwise, all of my cats have had their shelter names or their initial names. I'm doing fine, Awe, 44. I'm doing fine. Things are going relatively well. But yeah, 5 cats. There was a period where there were 7. It's very active here. In general, stream time is generally nap time. The black panels that you could see in a lot of the cameras are heating pads. They are low temperature kind of heating pads meant to be on all the time. So, they're not going to burst into flames, and it's safe for the cats to always be on them. Okay, thinking about this, there needs to be a full logic around moving the player around. Domestication is a tricky thing, Arendrell. A lot of animals can become tame. Like, domestic cats are actually, like, historically a very recent thing. And their domestication has been more of a perpetual symbiosis kind of thing. So, given enough time, it's probably true they could be domesticated. But I think you might mean tamed. And, like, individuals could become relatively tame in the same way that you have, all those videos of, like, zookeepers and whatnot playing with the tigers like they're just big house cats. Those are tame. They're not domesticated. They are not, outside of the actions of an individual, they don't see humans as they're not as quick to consider a human friendly. Like, you still have to, like, get any individual animal to accept you. But domestication is trickier. As far as, do you mean cat breed, 44? As far as, breeds not really being a thing, but as far as, what we consider cat breeds to be, Maine Coons. I really like Maine Coons. I used to have 2 of them. And they were big, snuggly boys. They were. Very friendly. And they were small Maine Coons. Well, medium-sized, but like their father was almost 50% bigger than them easily. Size-wise, they really took after their mother, who was smaller than their grandfather, who was noticeably smaller than their father. Okay. So if I want to have proper animation handling, the thing that handles input and moves the player around and determines if the player can move around needs to have input on the sprite animations. Because if we look at really blurry, but if we go into the player object, and we look at the sprite and its animation here, let's get to 6. So if you watch its walking, it's like kind of in air, legs coming down, leg is down. This is a step. Its left leg is down right now. Then it's bouncing a little up, leg coming across, right leg is down. That's another step. Those are the moments where those are movement keys. Like it crosses over, bounces and lands, bounces and lands. So knowing which frames those are on is important, because if you just shuffle a little bit from this position, you might go here and back, or just a little bit, like hop, hop. Or if we're here, we might hop, hop, because we only shuffle a little bit. This is perhaps more complex than I need to worry about right now. But as far as moving them around, well, let's get some of the other pieces in, and we'll noodle on that some more. For what am I doing this? Because I've always wanted to make a game, and watching some other streamers and whatnot, I kind of had it, had the fire lit under me a little bit that I should try it again. So we're making a survivor style game, a bullet heaven game, where, or an auto shooter, whatever they're calling it now, where generally your character moves around and like fires weapons autonomously, with behaviors based on the individual weapons. Vampire survivors kind of thing. So I can probably not worry as much about it. We're going to add collision shape 2D. And its shape will be a capsule. I mean, I hope it does. Frankly, what we're more likely to see is kind of just a free release for the time being. Maybe your sort of eternal beta kind of thing for now. At least for an initial version. Then if it actually gets somewhere, if we actually get that far, then we'll think about for-profit distribution. But for the time being, we're just gonna wing it and see how it falls, Back into our sprite, we're gonna go back to frame 0. Get the unbind that so we can move the 2D shape around. That looks about right. Now we lock that down again. So now when we move it around, the whole thing moves around. Okay, there's our collision shape. I do wish there was a way to set up how the animations worked, but we'll rig it into process. Speaking of, go in, we attach a script to you, layer GD script, go into process. So the delta is the multiplier for animation here. This is every rendering frame. Now, if this were something like a fighting game, let's set aside netcode here, because netcode is a nightmare for fighting games. But if it were something like a fighting game, the frame of the animation is critically important. So delta coming into that processing is what's most important. Alternately, we do function underscore fixed or process. I thought there was a fixed interval process. But guess not. Okay. So if we do it on a per frame basis, so, you know, X times a second, we can increment its cycling. So first let's excuse me. Layer sprite is a sprite 2D. I don't think we need the collision shape yet. We might. Sprite is equal to $sign sprite 2D. I don't know, we don't want to do that. Spelling. We're naming them something different just in case I need another sprite or similar. Sprite 2D. I'm going to force it to be that type to make sure it's ready. Okay. Then every frame, layer sprite dot frame equal to, we do a plus equals. Plus equals won't really help us. This one. this will do the idle animation. Okay, for now we're just going to do idle animation. So then do brands modulo 6. Will that work? Okay, so we run it. Start it. Oh, look at him go. Okay, we're gonna zoom the screen in. So there's gonna be some fiddling with main menu we have to do here. Layout that we want. What will this do? Okay. So then if we Okay, good. So if we go into project settings, we're going to go into the Windows settings and we're going to half this. Okay, then we'll anchor those bottom center. All right, 44, thanks for joining us. It's 180 across. The 90 should be the middle. Oh well. Yeah, you can see him kind of vibrating in place there. It's not what we want him to do. Go to our tile map here. We can clear out most of it. Keep that in there. Tile that. Okay, still see it. So now if we player object. Move him to the center so he's more visible to us. Like so. So we can slow this down noticeably. So just a second. Be right back. Getting settled back in. One moment. Zooming shortly. Okay. So we can see he's bouncing around too much. If we go into the script here, we don't want it to be every single frame that he updates. So I wonder if what we can do to fiddle with that. So if we go into frames is int, I think we can prefix it to that. So yeah, okay. We do frames plus equals 1. If frames greater than or equal to 15, then we'll do that. So 4 times a second this time. It still seems to be going as fast as it was. Okay, 30. Oh. 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 Frames equals 0. Whoops. Okay, now you can actually see his full animation. Well, technically. I wonder, do I have a darker texture I could use? He's sort of... Oh, nice. Oh. Thought on the kind of things I can do with that. That's nice. Modulate. The self-modulate, dude. Apparently no. Right, we're going to darken that down so you can actually see here. There. So now, 4 times a second, he updates his animation. We can definitely go faster than that. Twice a second. It's 4 times a second. Assuming we're getting about 60 frames a second. Bouncy, bouncy. About 12 frames a second. Or 12 updates a second. Okay. Now his walking animation has the same number of frames. 6 plus that. And there's his walking animation. So I think this is about the right pace that we want. It could be a little slower. It could be a little slower. But this gives us the basics for it. So this is idle. Do here is function pass for now. What I'll actually want to do is a good thing would be to check what delta is in. So let's do that. And we deblind ourselves. Forgot we closed this. Idle and physics processing. Elapsed time in seconds since the previous call. So using delta would be how I would make the animations precise. So if I say it will update a frame 12 times a second or 4 times a second, what I could do is use the delta to determine which frame should we be on in the animation given the current update. It will always be technically a frame behind, but it would allow everything to function that way, you know? Oh, fixed physics process could be what we want to do. But there's no guarantee on that because physics process, the more that's done in it, the greater possibility that physics process doesn't run 60 times a second. It's not guaranteed. So I'd still want to use delta, but I think physics process is what we want to have. Okay, so okay, and then int. It can't be an int because this can definitely be decimal. Okay, so all right, so if seconds passed is increased by delta, it is technically possible that delta increases by more than a second. And I don't want to iterate on this. Like, I don't want it to be loop until done kind of nonsense. I mean, we all saw my old Noita clips, and if you haven't, they're available on my channel. Shameless plug. Where we got to the point where there was way fewer than frames per second. There were, minutes per frame in some of the incidents. So we can't assume that we'll be able to just increment one animation frame per pass of physics process. And the question is, will it truncate if I force it into an int? No. So every 0.25 seconds passed, we want to increment the frames. No, it's not 4 times a second. It's 12 times a second. Let's do 10 times a second for ease of calculation. Past divided by 0.1 as int. So this is how many animation frames we're going to increment here. So we're going to remove frames. We don't need that. So it's going to be plus second slices. Mod 6. Did we do this right? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's do quarter second. Oh. Oopsie doopsie. Minus equals second slices times 0.25. So what this will do is it will truncate the seconds passed into quarters, and then it will remove those quarters from the seconds passed as it is, and then we actually, I forgot that I can do this. So I can pause processing. It's 6 plus. Six plus. Then we resume. A little too slow. Stop it. There we go. About 10 times a second. That seems viable. We're going to keep this here for reference. This value and this value will help me determine which frame of the animation we're on. The animations that I have listed have, most of them have 6 frames. I think that's the jumping animation is the third one. So if I were to do, let's see, those are frames 0 through 5, 6 through 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're to do 12,
slices mod. Five. No, 4. Let's see if that does anything here. Yeah, this is the flying, falling animation for a Nyanite there. Only 4 frames in that one. So then if I go over again, it's 11, 17, so it should be 18 and a mod of 6. There's our little attacking animation. Now, I don't know if I'm going to use this for Survivor-style purposes because it means that he wouldn't be animating moving. I'd have to come up with a new sprite for him firing while walking. And from a practical perspective, with that kind of game, eventually he would just be, like, in constant firing state. Like, little burst gun out. Pause. 0 and mod 6. There's our idle. So we're going to do there. Okay, so he is walking, and we can wonder if we can flip it. They don't want to rotate it. Okay, that'll do. Okay, what do I do in email? There we go. All right, so here's updating the animation. We could do this in input processing. Score input. Back the game screen. think that's the syntax for Godot, right? Okay, no, it's constant. Export. I think it's export. Yeah. It's a facing. So the player object should now export its facing. If I go into the game screen and I look at the player object, is it properly doing that? No. Player node. Doing this wrong somehow? It's supposed to show up over here. Export function as type. Maybe a subnode can't do that. It's not in any of this. let's just try this and see if it's necessary. Didn't think it was. Oh. We're still running. Oopsie. No, it's still not there. About in the player object itself. Is it showing up somewhere in there? Okay, still not showing up. Still not showing up. But why? Do a test here. Nope. So, something about the way I'm trying to do this isn't working. Declared higher up. Shouldn't be necessary. I mean, it should be compiled anyway. What are we missing? What are we missing? Maybe I can't do this because the object itself is imported as a scene, and the scene doesn't have that. But it should still be the top-level node, right? I'm not seeing anything special about this. I wonder why it's not working. Tricky, tricky. Tricky, tricky. Some things here. All right. But what? But what? Naming thing? Yeah, the properties just aren't showing up. Okay. Let's... if we clear that. Last name. There is a... Oh. No. Confounding. Doesn't seem to change the circumstance here. Is there something else that showed up in the search? Hey, what if we don't use this notation? What if we do that? Okay, no, it uses the at notation in this version. Category, file. Still not showing up in the inspector. So we're spending a lot of time on this because we need something that wait. 29. Doot-de-doo. It didn't work because there was an error at the end of the script that I wasn't paying attention to. Without that there to close off the end of it, this whole script was failing, so it wasn't being recompiled, so it did not export the facing. Okay, so now we've actually exposed that in the game. So we're able to change this from the outside. So inside game script, we do input, so we're checking for an escape script here. What the case syntax is. Or a switch. It's called match. All right, Barbara, thanks for joining us. And hopefully we will have good luck. We have input, event. Oh, okay, it's not input event until here. Okay, I think we're going to be doing string comparisons no matter what we do. So I think we'll match on this call, which is probably a bit slower, but because we have to make an extra call. But we're still going to be doing string comparisons, so I think it's like, 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Am I going to have to do a nested if? I think I am. Oh well. Cough, cough. Moment. right. Okay. Else if up. Down. I keep putting that extra if in there. Trying to save myself time. Not really going to move. We're going to set our vector here. Oh, if we're setting our vector, we would be able to actually move the player in the player object, where we assert, player, you're moving in this direction. So that takes all the player movement code and takes it out of the core game logic, like its loop, and it's just saying, hey, let the player do what the player wants to do. So I can set up a vector in the player object for where it'll move, and then during its processing for physics, it will do the movement. Because then we can do things like trying to smooth the movement based on the animation in the movement together. All right, all right. Oh, it's got advertisements. Okay, it's nested ifs. Ew. I wonder if you can have multiple events active at once, though. Okay, well, let's assume that's the case. Let's assume all of these could be true at once. Which is not the case. You can't have, well, you couldn't do up and down at the same time. What I'll do is have them negate each other. So we go into the player script. As a, is there a vector? Yeah. Vector 2. We'll have to fiddle with this for directional handling, like paired directional handling. So if it's 1, 1, we don't want them moving, greater than than the fixed distance. We don't want diagonal movement to be faster. So we'll fiddle with that. Can I initialize? Okay, there we go. 0, 0. Stepping away a moment. Settling back in.
All right, back to it.
Let's see here. So we've exposed that. Which means in the game handling, do we even need to do this inside of the... Let's move all of this over to the player object, actually. He's facing right because that's the default direction of the sprite there. Back over game script, we'll take this blob here. Which gives us the basic structure. The fact that it's a node, we could just have it be a node for this to work. I might have to come up with some sort of global script to handle this sort of input. But we'll see. It's not, wouldn't necessarily work. But anyway. Get that. If the action pressed is what? Right. We need a rest state, too. Cool. False. That is moving. Oh, no, we don't need to be this complicated. Zero. Ultimately, what I might end up doing is coming up with a actual just angle, you know? But down, left, for the time being, diagonal will be faster. Quick sanity check. Okay. It is. Origin is upper left. Yep. So up and down. For up, it's s equal to 1. It's equal to 1. Equal 1 minus equal 1. So what this will do is, unless you're pressing a key, they stop moving. If you are pressing a key, then it will increment it by 1. Its adjustment by 1. So if I am somehow pressing up and down at the same time, then it counts as effectively not pressing either, because they'll negate each other. Okay, and we're going to assume that the vector is absolute, that your movement of 1 is the default. We're going to be able to slice that off into another function. little smaller, but, you know, I want to be able to see the edge of the screen. Don't need facing anymore either. Let's see here. Sprite dot. Transform dot. Position. See what our variables actually are. Player sprite. And we need to move the full player object. You don't want to have to get it, so the sprite 2D. Later. Spelling. It's just a node 2D. So then player is equal to self as node 2D. D. Player dot. Move local do. Interesting. What's that do? Feels like there should be a way to move with collision. Shape. Okay, the collision shape. Ray 2D, static body, rigid body, character body. 3D physics body specialized for characters moved by script. Okay. We'll have to revisit that. This is a lot of physics handling in the background. Okay. So if we go into the script now. Temporarily do this. Okay, we're going to say adjusted movement direction as a vector 2D. Wonder if this is pointer based. Equals delta. There is adjustment that you have to do to make this work because there's it's lossy, or at least it's fuzzy. If your speed can change or similar, it will wildly throw that off. Okay. If there's a way to make this a map will see its collisions sync to the physics tick and change its collision type from static to kinematic. Okay, let's go back into the player. Look at the player body here. Rendered. Is there anything about tile map? Port. Wonder. Is it colliding with something is the thought. Go in the script here, look at physics processing. If that equals 0 or we're ensuring that it will only enter here if it thinks it should move. It's a kinematic collision 2D. Another thought. Okay, I'm pressing the movement keys. I go over and I pause it. I check the transform on this. It's holding still. How about everything's still in place? How about in game? Back, pause it. It's still 14. Okay. Player character body. You totally type. Body 2D. Is $2 R kinematic collision 2D is equal to this. I want to rule this out. Will this work? Should have player character body at this point. It's null. Why is it null? Put that there just as a... Try that again. And again, do it right this time. Okay, it is a thing now in ready. So that should... Their character body is a thing. Okay, there can be a null in the collision. Just checking to see if there is a special function, but let's just do it does not equal null. Okay, it's not a collision. It's just not moving. Okay, so it should be trying to move to the right. Here we go. Let's directly instead use move and collide and move and slide. go back over here to the inspector. Nothing's moving around. This should be moving it. Feel like this might need to be a character body 2D. Okay, I'm not actually using the player entity here. So if I take this whole script, create another one here. This is default 2D platformer logic. Okay, and these are calling it on the collision body here. We do need that or that. Not doing any of this. Instead, we go into player. You and you. You, really. If we take player, Go into the player script. Let's say it extends character body 2D. I change its type. Change type, change type. Okay. Into the there we go. Shouldn't actually need this or this. So because this should call it on itself. Right, now we try again. Oh. Look at him. Look at him blur. Okay, I'm gonna need to change the global input settings. So project settings, input map. Selected the whole thing. Okay. Let's use this one. We're getting some blurring there. I don't know what that is. We're not looking for a key was pressed. We're looking for this is being emitted. Okay, let's 5 times. Make him move a little faster. Okay, it's favoring one direction. That's weird. Okay, this is causing it to move further than I'd want. Self as vision. Body. Is it? No, character body. Let's look at some of those properties here. Say it's floating. We'll have to see if we can fix the blurring of the sprite there. Figure out how to get composite directions going, and also figure out how the input is actually coming through. About it's not what I think it is if it can go to 0.5. Or if it can't go to 0. So something seems off here. Because we should be resetting the movement direction to 0. But maybe this isn't what we're thinking it is in the player movement. Let's look up that function. Let's start with this. Not that. It's not really clear. Yeah, I think our handling of the directions is off here. Don't need the current node. Because I'm not getting diagonal movement. I'm getting like one and then the other. So if it's just coming in one at a time, then we don't zero it. Oh, we'll zero it. And then if we're just gonna mess with something here. We're gonna reset movement after each time. Like second key is the one that matters the most. Let's try to simplify this a little bit. inconsistent how it's moving. So that's going to be one of our next challenges here. But I think we're going to call it here. There's some more research I need to do to keep going. We are to the point where we're getting character movement in, collision detection, and similar is going to be the next thing. We are getting closer and closer to it looking like a game. But bear with me as we proceed down this road. Cat cams is failing. That particular camera has a habit of doing that. But yes. I hope everybody had a good time tonight. We are going to be doing more coding streams. I'd like to get a couple of games under our belt here on the broadcast. And we're starting with this one. So I hope you enjoy it. We're still going to have Ace Attorney streams in the near future. We may get back into those Monster Hunter collabs. I'm not sure. There's been some changes to that schedule. We'll see if it resumes. But yeah. Again, I hope you all had fun tonight. Feel free to leave a comment if you have some feedback on this. Otherwise, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, subscribe, and again, like I just mentioned, comment on the video. With all that said, I hope you have a good evening, and I will see you next time.